After Harvard, I was back in Harlem because my mother died. I was teaching at Horace Mann, and the sit-ins started. And it really struck home. I called up Uncle Bill and wrote him a letter and said, I want to come down. He's at Hampton. I want to see firsthand what's going on. So I did. I spent the week down there, and the students were marching and sitting in Newport News. And Wyatt T. Walker, who later became the executive director for King, came down and said, well, look, King is opening up an office in Harlem. I sign up and start going down every afternoon to volunteer. Belafonte and Poitier hold a big fundraising event at the 369th Armory. Part of it was making friends and talking to the kids. And over several visits, right, getting to the issue is, well, why should we do what you are asking us to do? Who are you to ask us to do something that's dangerous, right? And so part of that is actually just getting to know people, right? So it means you're showing up kind of every day, right? They see you walking through the neighborhoods every day, right? They know you're knocking on doors and talking to people, right? So that's part of it. And the other part of it is what happens when the authorities come down on you. And they're waiting to see, well, what are you gonna do when what they know is gonna happen happens, right? And so that part of it is, I think of, you get knocked down and you stand back up. You get knocked down and you stand back up, right? And you do that enough, and so what you're talking about begins to register, right? That you're not just talking.
So what's the story about you coming into the Greenwood office and going to sleep after the lynch mob thing? Is that?
Yeah, so what happened, Amzie and I had gone up to Tallahatchie County because Amzie knew Willie Peacock's father. And Willie had just graduated from Russ College and was hanging around in Tallahatchie County. I've forgotten what the county seat is. And Amzie wanted to recruit him, right? And so we went up, talked to Willie's father. Amzie had worked with his father, right, over the decades, right? So, and Willie came down, and Willie and I were at Amzie's. We were on our way to Greenwood, but we were going to spend the night at Amzie's, right? And so we're there, and the call comes, right, from Sam. They had just been chased out, right, by the Klan. So Amzie says, you just have to go there, and because Amzie understands, right, what the psychology is, right, and this is just a threat, right, and so Will and I go back in, drive down, and you drive in, and you're sensing, what the vibration is, right? And so it's absolutely calm. There's nobody moving around as you drive into the city, right? Anything. And so we go up in the office, and there's nothing to do but go to sleep, right? I mean, what are you going to do, right?
I met Bob Moses when he had come to Atlanta to work for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. And when he came down here, there was nothing for him to do. Nobody had prepared for him to be here. There's no job for him at all. He drifted toward the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. He began to come toward us. We were picketing on grocery stores, A&P grocery stores, and he picketed like a demon all day long, hot sun, summer sun in Atlanta. And, you know, to my shame, we thought this guy must be a communist because he's from New York. That's one giveaway. He's smarter than we are. That's another giveaway. and he pickets all the time. That's really a giveaway. Of course, I'm embarrassed to say these things now, but that was, you know, he was just a hardworking guy. He wanted to contribute to the movement and found a way to do it. He exerted an enormous amount of influence. He became the director of our work in Mississippi. After going to Mississippi, working with local people, having a great facility for talking to people who had much less education than he, but who were interested in what he was doing and what he had to say. He just had a way of talking to people that was almost magical.
Bob Moses is a man of deep thought, very few words, but his sincerity speaks for him. His persona is magnified in a very quiet way. Some people have a charisma to them. Some people have a very solid side. I think Bob is a very solid person with a mysterious kind of demeanor, meaning that he doesn't show you anything. You have to really get to know him in order to understand what he is about.
Bob is one of my mentors and my idol in terms of the civil rights movement. And there's certain people I look up to, I mean really, really look up to, and there's certain people that I kind of look up to. But Bob is one of those folks. I remember times when we'd be at SNCC conferences and Bob would be trying to show us how to do algebra and stuff like this. Now we had some beer there, but the thing about it is we're not going out destroying some things. We're all there. Listen, I'm saying he had a room full of people at 2 o'clock in the morning trying to show us how to do algebra and stuff like this, and that it wasn't complicated.
Bob Moses must be looked upon as one of the modern saints of our time. This man, with his unbelievable spirit, his presence, his very being, tend to inspire people, tend to hold people together. Every so often, you have people that come along like a Bob Moses.
He was charismatic. He was very charismatic. Probably the first person I ever met who had a quiet charisma. Because usually we think of charismatic figures as like a fiery person like King or Malcolm X or someone. But Bob lived what he preached. He never asked you to do anything that he wasn't willing to do himself. He lived the most courageous life you can imagine.
In very simple terms, it's saying who Bob Moses was, you know, in 1960, in 1961, and what he did in coming to Mississippi, and how he networked with people from Mississippi that rejuvenized the efforts and the movement that primarily was already going on, that the veterans of World War II were basically the leaders of at that particular time. And based on him coming and doing what he did, getting other young people involved, then it just began to flourish and continue to go forward.
Bob is an important person because he thinks. May not agree with everything Bob thinks about, but he thinks and is driven by the notion of how you gain full citizenship. That's what he thinks about, how you get full citizenship, and is willing to get down on the ground, as many thinkers are not, to try and organize that. And his thinking led him first to Mississippi, down on the ground, not to Mississippi to give a lecture on education at Tougaloo College, but down on the ground with the sharecroppers and the day workers and the field, all of those people. And it's continued to lead him to places in inner cities now, in many respects, with the Algebra Project. People gravitate to the serious man who makes himself a part of their lives down on the ground. It's not difficult to understand.
I want to say one thing about Bob and let it lay. He's the most unique person I've ever met. I don't know anybody so void of ego. He doesn't impose it on anybody. He has ideas, and he'll push those ideas in Algebra Project and all the things that he does and voter registration. But he is a force in our midst that carries this awesome capacity to convince people to do things. Is never displayed in his persona anywhere else. He doesn't express it at the dinner table. He doesn't express it. As a matter of fact, you could walk into a room and through a room and never know he was in the room. And I envy him because I am constantly engaged in the test of ego and vanity and popularity and people and global stuff. And I look at the person, and the one I most envy is Bob. He's just quietly doing his stuff and doing it with such power and grace. And I wish I had that, just some of his DNA.
To those who don't know who Bob is, tell me what impact he had on you and why he was such a motivating leader to people.
Because he was like the Messiah. He was like the Messiah. He was like the Moses that we never knew. And that's how many people viewed him. I mean, even today, many people view him on the level of deity. He didn't come down as like a dictator, a know-all, see-all, hear-all, do-all, He came down, and what he wanted was the input from the people. What is it that you want to do? How do you want to do it? And that's what makes him, even today, the special person that he is. And that's why he is so loved and respected, especially in this Macomb city.
Bob was a very fortunate person. I mean, his greatest strength is that he listens, and has tremendous patience. And I think that people, saw him as very serious. And he was a likable human being, which is not always easy to find. People were willing to follow Bob. They trusted him, they followed him. People were walking to help Bob.
He did have a Lone Ranger mystique of somebody with enough courage to go into Mississippi right by himself and walk by himself up to that courthouse and get beaten and keep going and that sort of thing, and then stay there and get beaten again and get arrested again and move up to the Delta and, legendary Moses moments. The night in Greenwood when the Klan was outside the Greenwood SNCC office and everybody scattered thinking they were going to be hauled off and lynched, and they called Moses and he showed up in like 3 o'clock in the morning and there was nobody there, so he just lay down and went to sleep. And they come in the next day and they find this guy asleep, in a place that everybody had fled, that he had this kind of calmness.
One Sunday evening, we left Cleveland, Mississippi, and came down to Jackson to spend the night and to do some work in Jackson. Cleveland is quite a distance from Jackson. It's up in the Delta. And so the home of Amazon Moore, where we were staying. And we drove down. There were several of us in the car, and at that time, we were much thinner, and the cars were much bigger. There may have been 8 of us in the car. There was A&W root beer sign as we approached Jackson. We said, Bob, we want to get a root beer. He said, okay. So we pulled this car into the parking lot of the root beer place. Bob gets out, and he's walking towards the door of the store, the establishment. And here comes a young white man in a white shirt with a pistol in his hand. And Bob is walking towards him, and here's a young man out there waving a pistol. Bob said, all we want is a drink. And he's waving a pistol. I don't know what he was saying, but Bob said, we're going to leave, but you're not going to shoot us. And the man's waving his hand. We're in the car. Bob, come on, Bob. Come on, Bob. Bob, come on, Bob. Come on, Bob. And just conniptions. And Bob is standing there looking at the man talking. We're going to leave, but you're not going to shoot us. And the man just, the pistol's down here now. The confrontation has worn off, and the man has a pistol. And Bob turns his back and slowly walks back to the car, gets in the car, and we drive off. In the meantime, we're in the back seat and the front seat having conniptions. Oh my God.
Bob never asked anyone to do what he would not do himself. So he's earned that respect, all right? So you take, there are the stories about Bob that some people look at and say, oh, this has got to be exaggerated, but it's not, that's Bob. I mean, when you talk about him being in the Delta, Greenwood is, and so they get there and the Klan comes in, and so people have to go out through windows and they have to leave, and the Klan comes in and wreck the places, and Bob and then get there a little bit late on this, and so what does Bob do? He goes in, the door is busted, right? And so it's at night. So Bob goes in and looks around this to see what's going on. Is how that is. He goes and get on the couch there and go to sleep. So that's a Bob who would do that kind of stuff. Or when in Hattiesburg, Mississippi is, okay, the Bill Kunstler and them had gotten us to this new thing you got is, you have a right to make a citizen arrest. Okay, so everybody else around laughed at that. You can go to, if you see a cop do something wrong, go and arrest him, all right? So, and we like, you got to be crazy. Well, we in Hattiesburg, it was a voter day demonstration thing we had there, and there's Lynn and there's the sheriff's up is, and so they're blocking people to go in, all right? So Bob goes up to the guy and tell him he's on arrest for blocking people from passing through, And so at first the champion looks at Bob, he's like, he's shocked. He's like, what are you talking about, And so Bob he's serious. Come on, you under arrest, And so finally the sheriff comes to the senses, I guess you want to say, what do you insanity? So he just knocked the heck out of Bob, but Bob was knocking down the steps of Bob. And Bob is insisting on arresting the man, So, but no one else who else goes? I don't know if anybody else going to try that, And so for Bob to do things of that nature is to walk up to, to take somebody. If somebody says they want to go try the register, Bob is going to walk them down there, and whether the danger is, and that's Bob. He has earned his right to do what the hell he wants to do,
We're continuing our series of interviews with Bob Moses, who was one of the most influential leaders of the civil rights movement. He's the founder of the Algebra Project. He was also one of the leaders of the Mississippi Freedom Summer Project, and Bob joins us again in the studio. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
So one more time, Bob is an educator, a civil rights activist during the 60s. He was the field secretary for SNCC. He also was an outspoken critic of the Vietnam War. And he's the founder of the Algebra Project, as I mentioned. He's also the author of Radical Equations, Civil Rights from Mississippi to the Algebra Project, and co-editor of Quality Education as a Constitutional Right, creating a grassroots movement to transform public schools. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
So we're going to pick up where we were. I asked you at the end of the last segment what you learned from the sit-ins and then what effect that had on you.
I knew that something big was going on, right? Because I knew about my uncle, I knew about what the lynchings and stuff like that. So I went down to visit Uncle Bill on my spring break. And so at this point in my life, I've been at Harvard, I've gotten an MA. So I graduate from Hamilton in '56. I spend a year at Harvard, I pick up my MA. I'm back there trying to get a doctorate when my mother passes, right? She's really still young. She's in her early 40s. My father just goes, he deteriorates, right? And he ends up in the hospital. So I leave. go back to New York and get a job, eventually teaching at Horace Mann School, teaching math. And I'm there when the sit-ins break out. And so I go down on my spring break to see my Uncle Bill.
Go down where?
To Hampton, Virginia, right? So the students at Hampton are marching, demonstrating in Newport News, right? So I march with them over and walk the picket line while they sit in. And Wyatt T. Walker comes down to do the mass meeting. Now, Wyatt eventually becomes the head of King's organization, right? But right then, he's a minister in Petersburg. He announces that they're going to set up an office in Harlem to raise money for King. So I get all the information and go back and go to the organizing meeting. Bayard Rustin is running that organizing meeting and ran the office, right? And so I go down every afternoon after school and volunteer at the office, right? I meet Jack Odell, who later becomes King's over his citizenship program, helping to run the program that Septima Clark developed in South Carolina. So they actually, Harry Belafonte and Sidney Poitier headline the fundraising event. They do it at the Armory where my father's working, right? The 369th Armory, right? And after the event, I asked Bayard if I can go down and work with King. I'm thinking he's still in Alabama. So he tells me, well, I'll send you to Ella Baker in Atlanta, right? So Ella was actually at that time King's executive director, right, of SCLC. And so I get down that summer to Atlanta, and there in the office, Ella has a little room in the office. King uses his father's office at the church. Dora is his secretary, and Jane Stembridge, is a young white volunteer who had been at the Union Theological Seminary and came down to the meeting that Ella called that formed SNCC and volunteered to be the first executive secretary for SNCC. So she's in the office there. We hit it off because philosophy and theology, right? We're talking all the time. And so that is where I learned about SNCC, and that's where I begin the journey that eventually takes me to Mississippi.
So what year are we in?
So this is 1960. The sit-ins hit in February 1st, 1960. Ella had organized on Easter weekend in 1960 the conference to bring the sit-in leaders together. And she did that because Ella had been working across the South throughout the 30s, 40s, 50s. So she knew everybody who had actually worked in the South against this racial apartheid, right? So she through her contacts, got the sit-in leaders to come to her university. She graduated Shaw in North Carolina, right? So at that meeting, she actually did something that impacted later all the work that I did, which was she created a space that protected the organizers, the leaders of the sit-in from the older civil rights organizations that wanted them as a youth wing of their operation. So she kind of insisted and created a space so that they could come together and form their own organization. And that's how the SNCC came into being. And that happened on that Easter weekend.
And somewhere here, you decide, or it kind of happens, that this becomes your life?
Well, what happens is what they do they set up a coordinating committee. Marion Berry is the first chairperson. And while I'm working, I'm doing this volunteer work. I'm staying at the YMCA in Atlanta. The coordinating committee comes and has its first meeting that summer in Atlanta. And they decide that they're going to have a conference in the fall for sit-in leaders from across the South. And Jane has to be the organizer for the conference, right? She's their secretary. And she comes to me and says, I have a problem. I don't have any names from Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana of any people who sat in or any kind of sit-in activity in those states. And asked me if I will go scout, right? So I agree. She and Ella get together, and Ella knows all of the really NACP or SCLC leadership in those states, gives the contact information to Jane. Jane writes letters to them saying that SNCC is sending its field representative, right, to come. And so I take off. They put me on a Greyhound bus. I take off. Talladega, Birmingham, Clarksdale, Cleveland, Jackson, Shreveport, New Orleans, and Biloxi, Gulfport, Biloxi, Mobile, back to Atlanta.
And now you'd been in New York. Clearly there was a black world and a white world, but you'd been in this elite education. But is this your first real drenching in the Deep South?
Yeah, this is the first time. I mean, our family once, I know at least once, maybe twice, our whole family when we were young went down to visit Uncle Bill, right?
So how did that feel? What was the impression?
Well, I was young, right?
I mean this trip
This
now.
trip now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a scout, right? I'm also somehow representing this very militant sit-in organization. There's an expectation. So at the bus stop in Atlanta, they're watching to see where I sit when I get on, right? So I sit up front until we get to the Georgia line, and I go back. So when the bus hit Anniston, which is where later the Freedom Rider bus was bombed, the highway patrol guy comes on, but I'm in the back. He can't tell me from anybody else, right? When I go to Clarksdale, right, Aaron Henry sees me off. They're watching where I sit up front, but nobody else is on the bus. And so, but when I get to Cleveland, Amzie, he's working at the post office. They've actually cut his hours down, so he only works Saturdays, right? But he's not home. I go over to the post office, but he tells me the rumor is that the Freedom Riders, that these sit-in riders have come to town, right? So, but really, I'm really working as a scout, undercover, so to speak. I'm trying to be as inconspicuous as I can.
But your now direct experience with the apartheid, I mean, it's not that it doesn't exist in New York, but it doesn't exist to the extent it did in the South. Does did that impress you in a specific way, or is kind of just what you expected?
Well, what I'm being exposed to is, and really through Amzie, who's the first one who really begins to take me in. I spend several days there. And Amzie is the one who tells us what we should do, right? I mean, he really is the one that says, he's sitting on, he's compiling the information about voter registration in the Delta, and it blows my mind because I've been to all these schools, but no one, and we're talking about, the Iron Curtain, people are giving lectures at Horace Mann and everybody, these people have to vote over there in Eastern Europe and everything. And nobody ever said anything about this congressional district in Mississippi, which is 80% black in terms of eligible voters, that has never sent a black person to Congress, right? So it just blows my mind. And Amzie is plotting how we're going to, and he sees the sit-in movement and the youth energy. He's the only one on that whole trip who really sees that the energy is there now to take on Mississippi, right?
And this becomes an issue of voter registration. There's many more potential black voters, but they're not being allowed to vote, essentially.
Right, yes. So it's not sit-ins, right? So it's no need to have direct action for, sit-in activity here. What we really need. And AMC has a mind that has grown up and actually penetrated the mind of the white Southern men, right? So he has a real sense of what it needs and what it takes, how to turn the key that's going to unlock this thing.
And what was it?
Except, well, it's what it turned out to be, and this piece of it AMZ didn't have. It turned out to be the National Democratic Party structure.
A civil rights leader and an advocate for quality education as a constitutional right, Bob Moses' soft-spoken, humble, and courageous nature moved mountains. His passion for education earned him the MacArthur Genius Award. And as the New York Times aptly stated, Mr. Moses saw teaching math literacy as a direct extension of his civil rights work in Mississippi. I speak for all of my colleagues and friends when I say that we are fortunate to have spent time and collaborated with Bob Moses. But if there's anything we know about working with Bob, it's that the work is far from over and it must go on. He reminded us that the work of an equitable education requires that universities like FIU contribute to the effort. I believe so deeply in Bob's mission and vision that I was honored to have worked with him to help launch FLAME, the Florida Local Alliance for Math Literacy and Equity. And while we mourn his death, we celebrate this giant of a man who has offered so many contributions and was a liberator until the very end.
The comforting aphorism, it's not the years in life, but rather the life in years, aptly fits our appreciation for Bob Moses. Our condolences to the Moses family and to all his friends and supporters. We've lost someone who found a way to make a difference and to leave things much better than he found them. At FIU, we pride ourselves in our willingness to take responsibility for our community. We also remind our fiduciaries that we do not want to lighten our load. We just want broader shoulders to do more. Bob Moses exemplified for us how to lead life in an exemplary fashion. He never ran from responsibility. He always wanted broader shoulders, and he most certainly was willing to carry a heavy load. Here is a giant of a person who engaged at the most difficult levels in the early 1960s to advance the cause of human rights in our country through his efforts to enfranchise people with their rights, especially their voting rights. It was a life and death battle then. We can draw lessons from his commitment to bringing people together through the power of his organizational and critical thinking skills. Now, when I first met Bob in the early 2000s, in my capacity as provost and chief academic officer of FIU, then a public university enrolling nearly 30,000 students, now we enroll nearly 60,000. I gotta admit that I was puzzled. How could a battered but unbowed and humble civil rights icon and a man of action and engagement be so enamored with algebra and more broadly mathematics education? There was a huge disjunction in my mind about this gentleman sitting in front of me. But as I began to learn more about Bob, I came to understand that his powerful intellect was nurtured by the works of Camus, Sartre, and Fanon, and in particular, their sense of opposition to whatever disrespects the human condition. Thus, his view that mathematics could be a tool of liberation just as powerful as the vote and essential to the next phase of his battle to secure the economic rights of the Black community in the same way that he had fought for the political rights of that same community decades earlier. In fact, listen to Bob. This is from his book, Radical Equations. So today, the questions remain. How do the people at the bottom get into the mix? In the 1960s in Mississippi, it was the sharecroppers. He continued, in our time, across the country, it is Black, Latino, and poor white students who are trapped at the bottom with prisons as their plantations. Are we going to have a society, he questioned, where only a small group of people are prepared for the future, where there is a huge knowledge gap? How does such a society stabilize itself, he asked. Well, his answer became the next phase of his life's work. Math literacy and economic access are how, in his views, we were going to give hope to the young generation. And I am so proud of his willingness to associate with us at RFIU, with the Miami-Dade County Public Schools, and more recently, the Broward County Schools, as we worked through what he called the crawl space to foster deeper math literacy for freedom and citizenship. And here was Bob at his best, using the power of his vision to see the invisible and the blessing of his organizational acumen to address the segregated political landscape and voting rights, now the fragmented and unequal economic landscape, and citizen math literacy. So as we stand on the shoulders of this giant, Bob Moses, we must ask the question, how can we sustain the Algebra Project and our own offshoot, the Florida Local Alliance for Math Literacy and Equity, to engender the evidence-based results that honor Bob Moses and his lifetime of seeing a better future and organizing so that it happens. Bob Moses, we honor you for your years in life, and most certainly for your life in years, a long life, well-lived. And we will do our best to keep the hope and progress that you initiated alive and well.
I paid a lot of attention to what my dad paid attention to. He read books like he listened to music. He looked for books that helped him tell the story of why he was working with the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of sharecroppers to find a way to develop a new way of teaching math so that they and all children would have the math literacy they needed for the 21st century. He looked for books that could help him talk to the country about itself, books that helped to narrate the contours of his life in the freedom struggle. When he found such a book, he would read it all the way through. And when done, he'd start right over from the beginning, again and again, until over time he could weave a complex story about 250 years of struggle into his conversation, like poetry. We say thank you to Bob Moses. We who called him husband, dad, brother, cousin, uncle, friend, mentor, colleague, hero, national treasure, and last but not least, we who called him grandpa. We say thank you, thank you, thank you, and we love you. We love you so much.
There's an inextricable link between the denial of the right to vote for African Americans and sharecropper education. And the link was on full display when John Doe put me on the witness stand in Greenville, Mississippi in the spring of 1963. And the courtroom was packed with sharecroppers from Greenwood, and the federal district judge Clayton just had one question: why is SNCC taking illiterates down to register to vote? So at the heart of that matter was sharecropper education. And that's an education which says you are pre-assigned work, And so therefore you get at best an education for the work which you've been pre-assigned. Now the problem in the country is that sharecrop education has caught up with the whole country in the sense that over 90% of the students in the country get an education geared to 20th century technology, industrial technology, and a very small percentage are getting the education required for information age technology.
Growing up, the regular way that they taught us, they just put on the board like this is the multiplication learning. We ain't really even had to learn it. We just had to flip to the back of the composition book. So it's like we never really learned. All school was about was like memorizing basically.
Fannie Lou Hamer said, nobody is free until everybody's free. And so if my students feel shut out from access to college courses, if they feel like they're gonna graduate high school and they are still not ready to compete with the rest of the country for spots in math courses or access to higher education or whatever it is that they want to do with their lives, then that is a problem that we all should feel responsible for solving.
So the Algebra Project as a legacy of the Mississippi theater of the Civil Rights Movement has taken on this challenge. How do we eradicate sharecropper education in the country?
One of the great resources in the Algebra Project is a collection of mathematicians and math educators who have really created a wonderful inventory of mathematically rich experiences that can be accessed at all sorts of different levels of cognitive development.
We have students with us today who 2 years ago would have never defined themselves as a mathematician, but they see themselves as such now. They understand that, as Jeff Howard used to say, smart is something that you become, it's not something that you are. And so if I don't know it now, I'll know it tomorrow if I put in the effort.
We're in the 21st century, and the entire job market has changed, the entire economy has shifted. We're much more information-based, we're much more science-based, we're much more technology, all of those things. And so really what we're saying is, what does it take to bring students so that they can fully participate in this economy, this world, this society? Whether or not they're a scientist or an engineer, that matters less and less because it's weaved into everything that happens.
So math literacy now is on the table, and is because it's a new literacy in that sense, right? A new literacy required for a certain level of citizenship. In the 20th century, you were okay to go to college and say, well, I don't do math, I do French, I do literature, right? But that doesn't work in this century. And so this literacy now is available because it's new, as an organizing tool. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. It's a simple, declarative sentence, and we have to decide if we are going to be a we the people in this country.
Janet Moses, the Bob Moses children and grandchildren, I offer my condolences. Bob Moses was far and away the greatest individual I've ever known in my life. And I've known some great. My mentors back in my early 20s and late 30s was Malcolm X and Adam Clayton Powell and others. So I consider myself very fortunate. I was lucky enough to go forward, be the first one in my family to get a college education. Ended up in Berkeley years later as the mayor. And then after 2 terms as the mayor of Berkeley, I discovered politics was not my role. So I was invited by UMass Boston to be the first senior fellow at the William Monroe Trotter Institute in Boston. And it was there that I met Bob Moses. I went to a couple of discussions on the Algebra Project and other kinds of things, and I was just amazed because, you know, we think we have such an intense knowledge of a lot of things, but it's not until you see Bob Moses lay down what algebra is and see him engage a group of algebra students around what it takes to move them to the next level. And so years later, I was back in Boston again running the Dudley Street Neighborhood Initiative. And Danny Glover, my dear friend who just spoke a minute ago, invited me to come on the Algebra Project's board. I did, and I eventually became the chair of the Algebra Project. Bob sent me to Jackson, Mississippi to observe some of the students there and to meet with some of the old timers in other places around the country. And I was just absolutely fascinated. But you know, I think what most people understand about Bob Moses is he has the greatest eyes I've ever seen. They captivate you, but they don't pierce. But they make you stand, listen, and take hold and constantly learn. None of us should ever stop learning. That's what the Algebra Project is all about. And we should learn to embrace and to define what a greater society should be. One year, Bob called a meeting at Howard University, and we all gathered, and he brought to our attention that an education is not a constitutional right in the United States of America. He told us about the president of Harvard having gone before Congress on 2 occasions and it never got out of committee. None of us believed that an education was not a constitutional right until we examined it. So Bob said, we're going to do a campaign. We started going around the country, engaging other people to make more Americans understand that an education is not a constitutional right. There's something about the education of America that limits people into getting forward and taking hold of what is not theirs for their own best good. And so the media didn't pick it up. Other people didn't pick it up. Universities didn't pick it up, etc., whatever else. So still very few people understand that an education is not a constitutional right. In April, Danny Glover and I were in Birmingham, Alabama, meeting with the Amazon workers before their vote. And then we flew down to Fort Lauderdale, Florida to meet Bob. Maisa picked us up and said, Bob wants you all to come straight to the hospital. He wants you to meet his doctor. So we went to the hospital and Bob was there recovering in the bed. His doctor came in, this young Asian guy. They had a great exchange and Bob explained to us how when this doctor explained to him what the surgery was going to require and that he might not come out of it, Bob said, but that you've explained it to me in depth. I'm in your hands. Go forward. And the surgery was successful. I state that to say, just a couple of weeks ago, I had an amputation in my leg above the knee. And when the doctor explained to me what was what, I remembered hearing what Bob said. And I said, Doctor, you've explained to me thoroughly what this means in my life and what it requires. Go forward and do it. Bob was such a gifted person at sharing gifts and making one understand and see what life is all about. And then I remember another thing, after Bob came home from the hospital, Janet had already brought this to our attention, Maisha. But Bob and Janet and them had looked at the Constitution, whatever else, and said, we're not a democracy in the United States. This is a caste system. The caste system, which goes back to India some 3,000 years. How many people are willing to take the depth and look at that? 2 weeks later, after I left Fort Lauderdale, I went home, and there were a group of highly educated people from India who'd come to Silicon Valley to work, in California, and they were on a program saying, we left India to escape the caste system. We came to America and found the caste system. So I'm saying, you see, with the intelligence of a Bob Moses, we're constantly discovering that which might make this a greater country, and from the heart changes so that our children and their children can go on and not have to worry about being sharecroppers and other kinds of things. The Algebra Project and all those things make a great difference. Bob Moses is far and away the greatest person I've ever met, and I have traveled throughout the world. Bob Moses, presente.
From the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee to the Algebra Project, Bob's commitments were always to the empowering of disenfranchised people. He understood that people have the capacity to develop solutions to the problems they face. Over the last 11 years, I've learned from him that there's an immense amount of power in the statement, if we can do it, then we should. Not only is it an important statement within the disciplines of mathematics and computer science, but it's an even more powerful statement for grassroots and community organizing. Bob helped me understand that young Black men like myself have a special kind of sacred responsibility to put our gifts to work in organizations like YPP and local alliances like the Florida Local Alliance for Math Literacy and Equity, FLAME. When institutions in Florida, and specifically South Florida, seek and invest in students who are connected to alliances like FLAME, broadening participation in STEM is something we can do.
A lot of us focus on the national and historical impacts he's made, which aren't to be understated at all. But I think we'd be remiss not to also emphasize the local and personal imprints he's made here in Miami alone. When I first met Mr. Moses about a little over 7 years ago, he was the walking embodiment of humility. I mean, as a young adult who fancied myself trying to make an impact and help young people in my community, he showed me what it meant to be profound without necessarily being pronounced. He showed me what it meant to be impactful without having to be imposing. Like, this was who Mr. Moses was in my eyes. And, not only was he a great leader and visionary, he was a great man and an actual role model.
I miss Bob deeply. We all miss Bob. The country misses Bob. Bob is one of the most caring people I have ever known. He's calm, soft-spoken, but with a major commitment to social justice and equity in America. Beneath his calm, he was passionate and steadfast when pursuing his mission. We would all like to be like Bob, but he was unique. I first met Bob in 1949 as a freshman at Stuyvesant High School in New York City. He was from Central Harlem, and I was from East Harlem. We were at a school that was predominantly white and were one of the few Black students in the class. Bob was very impressive from the very beginning. He was sincere and genuine and earnest. We became quick friends and stayed that way for the rest of high school. He was serious about his studies, but he also loved basketball. We shared a job at the NYU Medical Library when at Stuyvesant because Bob wanted to play basketball in the afternoons and I could cover for him. He lived in public housing in New York with his parents and two brothers. They didn't have many extras. I remember Bob came down to my house one time and was hungry and wanted something to eat. I gave him some soup and a fresh loaf of Wonder Bread. I sat there with amusement as he ate almost the entire loaf of Wonder Bread, and we still laugh about that, and I tease him about that over the years. Bob always loves food. We did well at Stuyvesant and both headed for college. Our guidance counselor wanted us to go to Howard or Fisk. Instead, Bob chose Hamilton College, and I went on to Columbia. We stayed in touch regularly, particularly during vacations, and I introduced him to a lot of my left-wing friends who attended Camp Wochika, which stands for Workers' Children's Camp. Bob didn't like it very much. He complained that all the kids did was to sing songs. Bob connected with his own group of left-wing students through the Quakers. They encouraged his social activism, and Bob became particularly interested in the disenfranchisement of black people in the Jim Crow South. He went to Mississippi in 1960 to work on voter registration. As you all know, he was beaten and his life was threatened during that horrendous time. As Bob led the Freedom Summer of '64, 3 civil rights workers were brutally murdered. It was an incredibly traumatic experience for Bob and the other workers. That was when Bob and I reunited. He wanted to recruit me to be the field director of the Medical Committee for Human Rights in Jackson, Mississippi. They needed a physician to care for civil rights workers and to desegregate healthcare in the South. He flew to Los Angeles to recruit me for the position as I was finishing my residency training. As terrifying as it sounded, I took the job. Who could say no to Bob Moses? While I was there, Bob left for Canada and Tanzania to avoid the draft. He returned with his family in the mid-1970s when amnesty was offered to draft resistors. Bob immediately began work in the Cambridge public schools, teaching math, which he loved so much. When he became frustrated with the lack of math education for minority students, he developed the very innovative Algebra Project, which his commitment to this work has been unparalleled and selfless. As a board member, I remember trying to give Bob a raise because he was putting in so much time and work as a director. He refused the raise and suggested we use it to hire another student to work with the project. That was the way Bob was. Bob was so much more than a hero. He was a game changer. He was also a dear friend. I miss him. We all miss him with love. But his spirit will live on, life everlasting. Amen.
Several years ago, Bob and I received an end-of-year letter from Staunton Lynn and his wife, Alice. Staunton, former Yale history professor, director of SNCC's Mississippi Freedom Schools, was a co-conspirator with Bob at the nation's first anti-Vietnam War demonstration in the summer of 1965. Staunton shared that he and Alice were keeping alive the embers of what was the core spirit of SNCC's work in Mississippi, despite the challenging cultural and political terrain of Ohio's Rust Belt. I continue to be struck by the idea of ember keepers, guarding the flickering embers from the vicissitudes of stormy weather, from the gargantuan feet of the stompers, from the winds of those whistling Dixie, and the flamethrowers who are energized by the fireworks, but bored by the laborious details of movement building. I think of flame and all who are associated with its mission as ember keepers. You have used Bob's work to stoke the embers of the fight to provide each and every child with an education commensurate to the requirements of full citizenship in the 21st century. Your setbacks have afforded deep dives into understanding the philosophical, structural,
and cultural underpinnings of our educational edifices, and as a result, provided a clearer vision of the road ahead. That clearer vision, a vision which Bob understood down to the level of his own family history and to the level of his bones, was that the bottom quartile of the mathematically literate was disproportionately populated by boys who looked like him. They, Black boys and Black girls, were there because they were trapped by design in the bottom tiers of America's educational caste system. In 1939, the state of Virginia offered a prize for the best design of the state's pavilion in the World's Fair. William Moses, Bob's favorite uncle and Hampton Institute architect, worked on his design at night in secret and mailed his submission from a post office in a white neighborhood. His submission was selected as the design for Virginia's pavilion until it was discovered that Bill Moses was Black. The prize was rescinded and the project was assigned to a white architectural firm. Bob, in an interview with Julian Bond, recounting the impact of that event, says, "They took it away from him. Du Bois writes about it in The Crisis, so I have a vivid memory. He and Pop, he came up to New York and they sat in my kitchen for 3 days. I mean, I'm a little kid, drinking and cooking and trying to really get out of themselves the emotional impact of what had happened. I'm a little kid absorbing all of this. I'm just about 5 years old. As soon as the sit-ins happened, I said I needed to go see Uncle Bill." Bob understood that the pragmatism of limited possibilities and narrow vision historically and predictably ensured that the bottom quartile always was overpopulated by children who looked like him. Like Professor James Anderson, Bob understood that there are essential relationships between the politics of oppression and popular education. Always patient, just as he had placed his faith in the sharecroppers and day laborers of Mississippi, he now placed his faith in the students' capacity to ignite the change necessary to free themselves from the sinews of educational oppression. Math literacy was the tool. Bob left this world, as he always threatened to do, with his boots on, challenging and cajoling us to understand that old answers and shibboleths are time-worn and untenable. He knew that the E of Flame's acronym, equity, was a place marker for Black America's centuries-old battle for liberation and first-class citizenship. And he was forever grateful for his co-conspirators, his students, their teachers, FIU administrators, Dave Lawrence, Dan Gold, AP and YPP staff, but foremost among them, the indefatigable, irrepressible lady of the embers, Professor Joan Wynn, and her ardent supporter, Fran Squire. Serious to a fault, Bob found joy and comic relief in the antics of his grands, Zuri, Paris, Krishna, Johari, Kamara, Johanna, and Yara. Enjoy Yara and her Uncle Shelby, and thank you. So for every person, we gave a spiel. So I'm going to do it. Rachel is one of our children, right? She and her dad and mom and Bob were more than comrades. They were the dearest friends. My uncle, Richard, who's long gone, remember Uncle Richard?
was a friend of her father's. When I wanted to go down to Mississippi to SNCC, I went to my Uncle Richard, and he sent me to her father. And her father and mother were they were directors of Mennonite House in Atlanta, Georgia. So I didn't meet them because they were off traveling somewhere. But whenever Vincent and Rachel, so they put me up. Vincent said it was okay for me to stay, so I stayed and made arrangements to go down to SNCC. Her dad and mom have been pillars of the movement. Her dad is an author. He wrote, if you want to know this history, Here is a River, a wonderful book. And it's a book that Rachel did with her mother. And so they have been the peace activists of the movement. Many people don't know that Martin Luther King's speech that he gave in 1965 at Riverside Church, when he talked about war, right, this country, war, economic justice. It was Rachel's father who wrote that speech. So Vincent has passed, and there are other stories. I mean, they stayed out of school for 1 month to go with Vincent to a community in Windsor, Canada.
Buxton. Yeah, Buxton.
It's a fugitive community where people ran away from slavery, formed their own community, and they still live there. Not the same people, but so Vincent had real ties to that community, and so Bob and Vincent decided that it would be great, and I said this would be wonderful because I was in medical school and then a whole month, right? But they spent a whole month. But what grade was that? The first month of school.
8th grade.
8th grade. They went with Vincent. So there are many, many, many stories. And unfortunately, in 7th grade, that you were booking from school to go to Windsor with your dad. Rachel, in her own right, is a poetess. She's an author. She is a PhD in Afro religions, African American religious traditions, and she teaches at Iowa University in Denver. So, say more. And she's so wonderful.
Just being present yesterday, and I don't need to say much, if anything, but that ceremony, starting with the testimonies of Bob's family, Uncle Bob's family, just moved me so deeply, and being able to then march out of the church and around the Cambridge neighborhood, following the leading of Omo and Tava and Malika and Maisha and the Black Men of Honor and the Brass 8, it brought so much together for me. I didn't know that I'd never been to a second line funeral, and I didn't know how it was going to be. But I think as I read the piece that I was going to read yesterday, there's a little bit of that energy and spirit in it. So thank you all so much for giving me. Good afternoon. I come before you today as a representative of the Freeney Harding family. My parents, Rosemarie and Vincent, were friends and colleagues of Uncle Bob and Aunt Janet, having met them first in the early 1960s in the Southern Freedom Movement. I know I have only a few minutes still, and I've been thinking about which stories to tell, what things to emphasize. My daddy and Uncle Bob were comrades, dear friends, and brothers of the spirit. Daddy had tremendous admiration and love for the SNCC workers, and especially for Uncle Bob. But it's impossible for me to think seriously about my father and Uncle Bob without thinking about my mother and about Aunt Janet, and about the families. We were two movement families among many that tried against tremendous assaults and obstacles to hold on to the strength that the movement represented and carry it with us always as resource and as refuge. There's a concept known in some places as quilombo. In other places, it's called mocambo or palenque, maroon community. All across the Americas, throughout our histories in these lands, these were the spaces that fugitive slaves built and sustained, determined to hold on to their ontological identities, to their deepest and highest possibilities as human beings, to the freedom the world didn't give and the world couldn't take, the people they knew themselves to be. And the older I get, the more I understand that this was the orientation, the pedagogical model, the lineage of Uncle Bob and Aunt Janet. And it was my mama and daddy's lineage as well. This is what the Algebra Project represents. It's what YPP is, and it is who the Black men of labor are. It's also what the ritual traditions our ancestors in Brazil and Haiti and Cuba and Suriname developed, the candomblé and Vodou communities, and even the hush harbors and ring shouts of our own Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, and Mississippi beginnings. These were the ways our ancestors found to keep our souls safe, protected, growing, brilliant, in spite of the assaults. As a matter of fact, the Southern Freedom Movement itself was a quilombo. The movement was fugitive space. If you were ever in a mass meeting or at a freedom school or even at an after party with a bunch of SNCC people, you knew it, it was obvious. And Uncle Bob knew this. He helped create it. He led it. And in the years after the height of the movement work, he and some beautiful comrades, some of whom you heard from yesterday, he and his magnificent family sustained that spirit and is here now. Is here to be passed along to the next generation. There's more to say, much more, but I'm conscious of time. I just want to acknowledge how much the Moses family has blessed and encouraged and supported my family, my parents, me and my brother, and our cousins over the years. And in a particular way, since both of my parents made their transitions, my mom in 2004 and my dad in 2014, the Moses family have been among the mightiest of pillars that I have leaned on for strength. To Aunt Janet, thank you so much for your generosity, your grace, your elegance, and your power. To Maisha, Omo, and Taba, and Malika, where's Malika? Malika. Thank you for sharing your father with us, with the world. I know that it wasn't always easy, and we appreciate your sacrifices. And to all the grandchildren, the nieces and nephews, and other family and beloveds of Uncle Bob, what a blessing, what a blessing, what a blessing.
Thank you, folks, for coming for the film. Now I would just like to ask you all, if you'd like to continue celebrating the life of Bob Moses, just please exit through the gate and make your way down to Lot 4. It's one block this way on Bishop Allen. They're continuing all of the day. There'll be food, beverage. We're just going to reconfigure the space a little bit for the next half hour, so appreciate you all coming out. Thank you so much.
Richard, where are you? Shake it and break it? Shake it and break it? Yeah. Yeah, do it. Yeah, don't turn the bass up too loud. Okay, that's fine. Keep the bass down. All right. Who's gonna play first? Shake it and break it. Shake it and break it. Keep it short. Okay, yeah. Solo, like close, yeah. One chord. Yeah. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Yes. Oh, okay. Good evening. This is the Dr. Michael White Quartet from New Orleans. We're honored to be a part of this special memorial celebration for a great leader, a great educator, a great man, a great human being, Bob Moses. And we're going to just kind of open up things for just a minute here and get it started with a little small band New Orleans traditional jazz music for you. That opening selection was an old dance hall number called Shake It and Break It.
Hello. All right, there we go. Everybody, how y'all doing? Thank you. First, we just have a few things that people should know. So the bar is directly behind you. First thing you should know. The restroom for after the bar is right beside you, and then some food for after the restroom is outside this direction, and we have 2 lots where you can get food. So eat, drink, be merry. We're gonna have a good time in Bob's name today. Thank you. That was so great.
Okay. You know, we're only up here for a short time, but New Orleans produced many, many great legendary musicians that helped to change not only the face of jazz, but popular music. In 1939, a great reed player from New Orleans named Sidney Bechet helped to expand the concept of jazz by playing songs that were not normally part of the early jazz repertoire. And we're going to give you our rendition of this classic right now that was a big hit for him in 1939, Summertime. I hope so. I hope I do. Thank you very much. Right now, we'd like to do for you a hymn. You know, hymns, good old Baptist hymns, were part of the New Orleans tradition as well. We played some of them in the procession, and they're played in smaller bands as well. We're going to do one that's sort of appropriate for the moment because we have to, unfortunately, depart. But I wanted to introduce you to the members of the band. On banjo, we have Seva Vinay. On bass, Mitchell Player. And on trumpet and vocal, Greg Stafford. And yours truly on clarinet, Dr. Michael White. Thank you. So this hymn, and if anybody feels like dancing, second lining, that's good with us. Maybe some of those guys in those great suits over there might dance. Just a little while to stay here.
Soon as life will be over, then our heavenly journey shall end. Most soon we take a heavenly journey, and we'll be at home, all our friends. Heaven's gates, they standing open, and they're waiting for our entrance there. Some sweet day we go marching to the pearly gates. Oh, just a little while to stay here. We got just a little while just to stay. Oh, just a little while to labor in the path that's always great. Now soon our troubles will be over in this long and sinful world. Oh, just a little while to stay here. We got just a little while to stay.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of this momentous occasion and celebration. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Can we give him another round of applause? So my name is Albert Sykes. I'm one of Bob's students from Mississippi. And you're going to be rocking with me this evening. Thank you, Hector. So first, we just want to welcome everybody and thank y'all for taking the time to be here today to celebrate with us a life well lived. Bob is a person who's touched many lives and met many people in many places, and he made a lot of things happen across this country. But Bob never took sole credit and said that he did anything by himself. So when you heard from Bob, you heard about Fannie Lou Hamer, you heard about C.C. Bryant, you heard about Amsey Moore. And then for us younger kids, we didn't just hear about those people. Bob gave us his family. So if we could thank the Moses family for giving us their father, their husband, their grandfather. When I think about my life, I met Bob, I was an 11-year-old child in the 6th grade. And we were in a classroom at Brinkley Middle School, and outside of our window was the Fannie Lou Hamer Library, which is where people in my community went to go and vote. And so we didn't know who Bob was. He was just an old man who had some fun math. And then our teachers made a big deal about us getting to know him and know his story. And the thing about Bob that really attracted me was his work in Mississippi in the 60s, and that I grew up in the community where Medgar Evers was assassinated. And so Medgar Evers was always a hero of mine because my grandmother made him to be that. And so when Bob mentioned Medgar Evers by name and said that there was someone he worked with, then I thought Bob was the coolest thing moving. And I started to get under him and learn from him. And is Kiki here? Kiki around here somewhere. So the Algebra Project was this place where young people came into a thing that we needed, but that we also grew the Algebra Project by looking around our community and seeing other kids who needed the same thing. And so Kiki was a kid who followed me everywhere I go. Couldn't get rid of him. We wasn't really friends, but I let him be in my vicinity. And so Kiki asked me one day what we were doing in our 6th grade classroom, because we were racing cars up and down the highway. And Bob was teaching us how to average numbers, how to race a car one way, race it back the other way, time it, and then divide those to figure out what was the average time that those cars run. And so all of our activities in the Algebra Project were interactive. And so we learned about integers and other math activities through exploring our lives and exploring our communities. And so Bob made that possible for us. And then across the country, kids from Mississippi were able to help seed and grow this thing that we know as the Young People's Project. So, say it again, Hector. Say it one more time, Hector. Clap again, people. All right. But the Young People's Project was built by Mississippi kids and by Cambridge kids. And so everywhere you go across the country and across the world, if it's any impact that YPP has had, it came from Mississippi hands, Mississippi eyes, and Mississippi children. And that was all seeded in us by the brilliance of Bob Moses coming home and doing the work that was necessary. And so I don't want to take too much time. I know we got some performers coming up. All right, and they over here ready. So ladies and gentlemen, in love to Bob and respect to y'all, again, I'm Albert. We're going to have a good time this evening. Make sure that you remember to celebrate, feel good. And I want to give y'all Origination.
Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. My name is Shaun Bayanji Dabenga, and I'm the founding artistic director of Origination Cultural Arts Center. And I am also part of the Dabenga family who, when I look at the Moses family, I see my family. That she's telling me to do something. What would you like me to do? Move this way? I'm okay? Are we sure? All right. You just let me know if you need me to move right, left. I dance. And the Baba Moses and Mama Moses were one of the first families to embrace my family when my parents came from the Congo to the U.S. and were studied at Harvard University. And, you know, it's amazing to have a family that embraces you wholeheartedly and embraces every aspect of you. And one thing I loved about Baba Moses was watching him be a dad and watching him be a grandfather. And that was a big deal for myself and my family. So we're honored today to participate in the celebration of his life as he sits on his throne with my dad as our ancestor and watches us celebrate him today. So you will see some members of Origination Cultural Arts Center from Alea to Girls of Imani, Imani Junior India Dance Troupe. They're gonna sing a little bit, do a little spoken word, and then wrap it up with an African dance. So please make sure you make noise when they're dancing, clap, stomp your feet, but encouragement is a beautiful thing when our young people are presenting to you. So the last thing I would like for you to do is you're gonna repeat after me. I'm gonna shout out Harambe. That means let's pull together. And I'm gonna put my right fist in the air and I'm gonna do it 3 times and it's like a call and response. You got it? Are you sure? That wasn't good. You got it? All right, Harambe! 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 Let's do it.
Well, the one thing we did right was the day we start to fight. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. Well, the one thing we did right was the day we start to fight. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on.
Is it not important for us to fight for what we believe in? To fight for what is right? Should we continue to allow every wrong to skate by our noses without posing the question why?
Why?
I believe if there's a cause to walk for,
then walk.
I believe if there's a cause to fight for,
then fight.
I believe if there's a cause to die for,
then stand strong.
I believe that if it comes down to me posing the question, why should I be treated any less than a human being, then the stronger or more powerful my people will be. I have a voice, a strong and powerful voice. I have the right to demand equal education, equal transportation, equal public facilities, and equal voter registration. It's important for us to take a stand, unite as one, and lend a helping hand. So rise up for what you believe in and let the whole world know that the voice you have is powerful, and together we are in full control.
Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. Turn me around, turn me around, ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. Gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, right up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. Gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, right up to freedom land.
Great job, ladies. Can we give them another hand? So if you know Bob Moses, you know two things. We're three: the Civil Rights Movement, the Algebra Project, and the Young People's Project. So at this time, we're going to hear from some folks that represent the Algebra Project and the Young People's Project. So Hector, Kyrie, Java, and Joni, and Cliff, if y'all here, could y'all start making y'all way to the stage? Let's give them a hand as they come up. Or you can just clap for me if you want to and make it look like it's for them. Thank you, Fred. I see who's clapping for me. Wait, you ready? Okay, here's Joni Wynn first. Here you go. We had to get the prettiest person first. It gets no better than this. You can come.
Because I'm the oldest.
No, you're the prettiest. You're the prettiest.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Janet, Misha, Taba, Omo, Malika, everyone for allowing Fran and I to be here and to celebrate your wonderful, wonderful, and I don't see Janet, but thank you, Janet. Well, I'm going to hang myself together right here, okay? So Janet asked me to speak very quickly about an organization that Bob helped us start down in Florida called FLAME. It's the Florida Local Alliance for Math, Literacy, and Equity. And yeah. So Janet asked me to speak about how Bob's legacy has played out in Florida's sixth largest, well, actually it's the nation's sixth largest district, school district. It's the Broward County Public Schools. And as all of you here know, Bob consistently reminded us that the kind of systemic change necessary to prepare our young people for the demands of the 21st century requires young people to take the lead in changing it. And that's what this is all about, the Algebra Project and the Young People's Project. And they have taken that belief and worked it out everywhere across this country and even in Ireland. So, and especially in Broward, where actually, because of Dan Gold's influence as a chief academic officer and his commitment to Bob's vision of quality education as a constitutional right, Broward is developing a district-wide Algebra Project, Young People's Project. And I must add that Broward, as most of you know, is doing this with one of the most challenging states in the nation. Nevertheless, Broward offers the first Southern district-wide experiment in AP's and YPP's philosophy and practice. And we are really honored to work with all of the young people. Recently, Misha shared with me that Florida International University's collaboration since 2004 with AP, YPP, and later with Broward County Public Schools was the catalyst for Bob's choice to live his last years in Florida. And all of us who have joined together to form the Florida Local Alliance, the FLAME, are dedicated to keep on pushing Bob's vision in Broward and to ensure it continues to advance Bob's demand for the elimination of caste in American classrooms. Indeed, Bob's faith in Broward's and Dan Gold's commitment to dismantling caste persuaded Bob to ask Dan to represent us as a national spokesperson for this demand. So Bob's vision is our charge and our work throughout the 21st century. Thank you for letting me be here.
I'm a team up. Okay. I don't think he's ready. Kara, you're next, so get ready. How you guys? So this paper here I'm going to read, I guess I titled it, this little poem, not poem, but speech, If We Can Do It, Then We Should. This was something I wanted to actually share with Bob, but I never got the chance to. So I'm going to say it here. So, and it's a story, it's a YPP story for me and some people here, how we came to know who he was working at the Young People's Project. So in December of 2019, I sent Bob Moses a text that I had made the decision to apply to BU's Wheelock Math and Boston University's Wheelock Math and Science PhD program. And I would love if he would write me a letter of recommendation. At this point, he and I had debated for several months about which school and group of scholars within the school in the Northeast that would be a right fit for me. Bob called me on the same day to let me know that he would be honored to write my letter of recommendation. Looking back, I think Bob simply wanted to ensure that the space I landed in had a consciousness and respect for the long history and struggle from which I emerged, and that my interest in mathematics, computer science, social justice, and research is the latest part of that frontier and that struggle. I first met Bob in the fall of 2010 when I first started working at the Young People's Project, YPP, when I was in the 10th grade. I'd not yet heard his name or that of the Algebra Project, which was formed in '82, but I soon would. As I got to know the work of Bob over the years, I saw many examples of his commitment to raising the floor of mathematics literacy and civil rights in our country, which has impacted countless of young people. During my first week at YPP, working there, I noticed an older gentleman begin to join us. He listened quietly for most of the week as my peers and I sorted through feedback we were receiving from elementary and middle school students we were teaching in our community math workshops. During our debrief sessions, we tried to figure out how best to incorporate this feedback to create a better learning experience. Specifically, we were trying to figure out the best way to demystify mathematical concepts relating to the Mobius function, a mathematical function we have gamified and wanted our students to understand. We know that as Flagway. On the third day, he introduced himself as Bob Moses, founder of the Algebra Project and dad of Maisha and Omawale Moses, who were co-executive directors of YPP at the time. He asked us a series of probing questions that helped us see that what was impeding the students' understanding of the concepts we were attempting to teach was the language we were using. We had a naming problem. Bob suggested that our problem was the same issue virtually all math and science teachers face, and asked us one final question. If we allowed the students to use their own naming conventions and language for their math, would they be able to better decode the naming conventions of mathematicians? We said yes. He then replied, then that's what you should do. What Bob offered that day set me on the path that I am today. Since then, my professional work and relationships with Bob, YPP, and the Algebra Project, and the We the People Math Literacy for All Alliance have been to strategize and implement innovative solutions to raise the floor of mathematics for students relegated to the bottom 25% quartile. From the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee to the Algebra Project, Bob's commitments were always to the empowering of disenfranchised people. He understood that people have the capacity to develop the problems they face. Over the last 11 years, I've learned from him that there's an immense amount of power in the statement, if we can do it, then we should. Not only is it an important statement within the disciplines of mathematics and computer science, but is even more powerful for grassroots and community organizing. Bob helped me understand that young black men like myself have a special kind of sacred responsibility to put our gifts to work in organizations like YPP and in spaces like the Academy to broaden participation in STEM in a meaningful way. When institutions across the country invest in students like me who are connected to organizations like YPP and the Algebra Project, broadening participation in STEM is something we can do, so we should do it. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So glad to see you all here to share some time. My name's Kari Milner. I'm connected many ways to the Algebra Project. I'm a product of it. I'm a board member, was the youngest board member. I guess I still am, but a long time ago I was put on the board as a young person, so I'll put it that way. Thank you, Hector. So we're here today, and hopefully we're here tomorrow to do the same thing. Celebrate this man, celebrate his legacy, celebrate his power, his inspiration, his push and persistence. You know, they told us we were brought here on pirate ships and traded for goods. They told us we were going to do the work in the fields and keep on doing it. They also told us slavery was abolished. They told us we can't register to vote. They told us we can't learn how to read to then learn how to register to vote. They told us black people can't do math. They told us we the people. They told us all men are created equal. Robert Paris Moses told us they were wrong and that we have to keep fighting and pushing and not be confused by the way they set up this world for us. The Algebra Project, founded here in Cambridge, continues to thrive and grow across the country. As many people said this morning, Bob asked me at one point, would you like to come down to Mississippi? I could not say no. Spent a couple of years down there, amazing years. We had a chance to work with unbelievable young people, particularly those who attended the Brinkley Middle School. And we, with them, founded the Young People's Project. That continues to thrive, that continues to grow. But this man right here, he's the tree. He's the roots and the tree. Before I move, I actually would just like an invitation for anyone who was involved with the Algebra Project in Cambridge and anybody who's involved with YPP in Mississippi to come on up in the front and just make sure you have a chance to feel this energy. Y'all can come on up, even if you're a little bit older than you look. Albert, you come up too, Al. Come on up. Where's Sammy at? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, Java. Stay up here. Hold on. All right. Now, this is off script, but I just definitely want to allow other folks to bless the mic who would like to. Also, briefly, don't get too upset. Another thing Bob taught us, don't always stay on script. So, say a word or pass it, up to you.
My name is Sam, co-founder of the Young People's Project. I didn't actually get to ask the question. One of the things I used to see Bob do in his interviews, they would ask Bob a question. He would never answer the question. He would use that opportunity to talk about the work. So what I will say, I am a student of Bob's. I will continue to be a student of Bob's for a long, long time. And we talked about how we wanted to, use this time right now. So I want to use this time to just to tell people it works. Bob's idea, the dream, the whole ideal about the Algebra Project and Young People's Project. You know how I know it works? Look at me. This is it. This Bob right here. This is work right here.
Afternoon, I'm Basanji James. I'm also a product of the Algebra Project. I'm going to keep it brief. One thing that I've gotten from Bob, one thing that I like to say, I like to remind myself every day is never stop learning. That's it. Thank you.
I'm Kareem Rashad, also a product of the Algebra Project. And actually, Bob, I consider him my first mentor, and he's responsible for a lot of the success I've had over the years in my life. Started working with Bob in the 8th grade and continued working with him throughout high school. Basanji and I and a host of others, we taught summer camps with the Algebra Project in its infancy stage when it was just getting off the ground, local to Cambridge. And so I was just blessed to be there at the right time, right place, right time, and have Bob every step of the way guiding me throughout my high school, throughout my college. In college, I ended up studying engineering and then working with Bob in Mississippi, working with him in schools in Brooklyn, and along the journey, always being able to check in with him and just get his wisdom. So for me, it's a blessing to have known him, to experience what I experienced and worked with him. And so I'm grateful, and I just want to pass it to the next person.
Hi, I'm Java. I'm also a product of the Algebra Project and the Young People's Project. I don't do a lot of public speaking, so if I start to ramble, just, I can pass it along. But I was so happy to make it here last night. I had a good time. You can always tell who the mother is in a club because they're usually the one turning the flips and always hollering, "This is nice, this is nice." And that was me last night. I was having a good time because I felt at home just seeing everybody. I felt like I had come home. I'm from Mississippi, but home is right here in Cambridge. It's always been here because home is a feeling. It's a feeling that you feel when you're safe, you're protected, you're loved, and you're heard. And that's what I always felt with the Moseses. I was telling Maisha last night that they didn't know, but when they were living on Raymond Road, I used to sneak into Bob's room when nobody was looking. I'd sneak in there. I didn't touch his things. I didn't go through anything, but I'd just go in there because I wanted that feeling. That room had a presence. It felt sacred. It was spiritual. He had 3 pictures up on the wall, and so I'd just step in there for a few minutes, and then I'd come back out. But that feeling that I felt when I was in that room reminded me of the same feeling I felt when I first met him at Brinkley Middle School. Not too long before I met him, I had just run away from home because I was in a very abusive household. My mom was paranoid schizophrenic. And so things were really, really tough. Just pure chaos every day, all day. A lot of times we didn't get to eat. You didn't get to sleep. Because when you're living with someone with mental illness, such as that, they see you as an enemy. So now you're living with the enemy. And that's tough as a child. So eventually I just had enough. I got fed up and I ran away. And I ended up in a neighborhood that fed into Brinkley Middle School. I I was in Lynn Moss's class, her algebra class. And she was a great teacher, very passionate, very energetic. Loved her. But Miss Moss was all over the place. Like, she was bouncing off walls. You know, she was energetic about what she was teaching. She wanted to keep everybody's attention, but it was overstimulating for me. And it was causing anxiety. I didn't know it, you know, because as a child, you don't know what's going on. But one day, Bob came in, and the whole energy of the class just changed. Like, there was just this calm presence that came over the class. And that's exactly what I needed. And it's like, I was always going to be a good student because I was fighting to get out of my situation. And I knew in order to do that, you got to work hard in school. You got to get some grades so you can move on. But then when I met Bob, I wasn't fighting anymore. I was thriving in a different sense. I was learning, I was getting good grades, but I wasn't doing it according to a system that wasn't even built for me or wasn't even setting me up for success, even though I was working hard according to their standards. Then yeah, I was doing good. But as a student of him, I started to learn things that school doesn't teach you. I began to learn who I was as a person. That's what you do when you're with the Moseses. You start to learn about yourself. You learn how strong you are. You learn where you came from, who you belong to, and it's like they became a family. And so I always looked at them as family. I always looked at them as home because that's what they foster, that home feeling. And home is where you go when you're fearful. Home is where you turn to when you're going through lows, when you're going through highs, you turn to home. And there were some decisions that I needed to make in life, very difficult decisions. And the first person I turned to was Bob. I asked him, I said, can I talk to you? Can you meet me in the math lab? And he agreed. I already knew he wasn't going to give me the solution. He wasn't going to tell me what to do. But I just wanted to be in his presence because he's an active listener. And I knew just talking to him, I'd eventually figure it out. And I did. Then another decision came along some years later. And again, I turned home. I called Miss Moses. I was dealing with the health care in Mississippi, and we all know how health care goes with black women. And it was just a real difficult decision. And so I called her up. She said, come on home. She told me I could come up here, and I did. So, I say all that to say is that these people are family for us. They're love, they're home. This is where we belong, and I guess I'm going to pass it on.
Merci. It's good to see everyone today. I think I know just about everybody here. If you don't know me, my name is Derek Kimbrough, student in the Algebra Project. I've known the Moseses just about as long as I can remember. I will tell a story about Bob, which epitomizes who Bob is in total. My family, the Milners, the Moseses, a bunch of other families, we would, summertime, we'd go out to the beach. And I think we were somewhere out in the North Shore, maybe Singing or Cranes Beach, Salisbury. It was getting late in the day, and the tide was coming in. So about a half a mile away, I see Bob sitting on a rock, and the tide is coming in, and I'm like, wow, like the tide is coming in, Bob is sitting on this rock, just trying to figure out what's going on. So I start to walk over towards Bob, and the tide is getting higher, and he's still sitting on this rock, and the waves are starting to slowly overcome him. And they're at his waist, and they're at his shoulders, and so I'm tapping Bob. I said, Bob, hey, the tide is coming in. You may want to move. And Bob ignored me, which is a beautiful thing. I think I didn't even realize how deep in meditation he was at that particular time. And Bob sitting on this rock with the waves coming in is the perfect analogy to understand who he was as a person. And if you ever get a chance to, you had a chance to speak with Bob, even in the midst of the storm and the waves crashing in, he was the epitome of calmness. And he spoke to you in a tone that was very honest and very direct, but at the same time, very soothing and reassuring. And we don't get that a lot in life from people who are here to uplift us, but also challenge us. And Bob was exemplary at that. And I've been lucky, and we've been lucky to have people such as my father and as Bob Moses and as Donald Burroughs be these calms in the storm for us, who know how to speak to us firmly but fairly, and with confidence and competence, and guide us in the right direction. And I appreciate Bob for that, and I'm grateful to that, and I hope to be able to take his calmness into all the things in my life. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Taiwo Gaynor. I'm also a product of the Algebra Project and the Young People's Project. I was born in Brooklyn, New York, and over 20 years ago, Bob Moses and Tauba Moses and Oma Moses invited me to Mississippi to work with the Young People's Project, and I've been there ever since. So that just shows the power in the words of this family. I'm just gonna be real quick. I'm a plant that was in Bob's garden. You know, I'm just like everybody else on this stage. You know, and what Bob really showed me was the power of paying it forward. I mean, that's how he lived his life, and that seed that he used to plant me in his garden lives in me. It lives in all of us, and that's what we're charged to do. I believe that's what Bob wanted the most out of all of us. Every single person that is connected to Bob, he didn't ask you what you wanted to do or what he needed you to do. He just turned your light switch on and said, go do it. And I charge you all to do what it is that you're supposed to be doing, because I can see that in every single person that, especially these Young People's Project folks, because that's my generation. Now, if y'all could just give them a round of applause, because that work that has taken place in the Algebra Project and the Young People's Project is dynamic, and it has changed lives. It's changed this country. It's changed the world. So, you know, I'm thankful, and I thank God that I'm here to share this time with you all. And I just thank God. I thank Bob for everything that he's done for all of us. That's it.
I am Tasanda. I am also a product of the Algebra Project and the Young People's Project. I am, too, one of those children that was sitting in Mrs. Moss' class when Bob came in there. He came in there to tell us that he was going to show us a different way of math. And since then, like he said, over 20 years ago, he told us we were going to do math by making do. That phrase has been everything we do. We may do. You make do. And that's one of the most profound, small 2 words that you got from him. And it was powerful just as much as he. We learn how to make do.
Thank you all. Make some noise for all the folks who just shared. Come on, thank you all. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Java. Thank you, yeah. Up next, a man who needs no introduction, but I'll introduce him, Mr. Hector Acevedo.
Well, is it our little author coming back, humming his hymns a little altered? Where's Omo at? Because the prodigal son has returned. I'm just going to ask you for the next few moments to please forgive my charisma, my charm, and most definitely my bravado. So please bear with me. I want to thank all of y'all for coming today, for taking the time out to share in something really special. I was first introduced to the Young People's Project in the 6th grade at the Longfellow School. And it first started off as math. We were going to do some math, play some games, but then math turned into a gateway of the development of the consciousness, of the development of connecting with people across the country, of the development of the social self in a way where you're building from the bottom up so that knowledge doesn't trickle down, and it rarely trickles down to us, but that the roots take our energy, take our vibes, take everything that we've learned from generation to generation and trickles up. I'm just a kid from Cambridge, and I'm so lucky that I had the opportunity to connect with people from all over the country, to connect with Bob in a way that a lot of people weren't able to connect. I ended up going to Hamilton College, and they said, "Oh, you know Bob Moses?" I was like, "Who?" "Bob Moses." I'm like, "Oh, you mean Pops?" Because that's how I knew Bob. In an intimate, loving, grandfatherly way. I've been so lucky that I've been a part of this family for so long. That in a way, generations and generations and generations of love, nurture, have been passed down to me. And so our challenge for you today is to take the work and the celebration and the love, that it doesn't end here today, that you take it back home with you and you apply it, whether you're at work, you apply it with your family, that you apply it in situations that you didn't know were there. Our challenge to you today is also that our black and brown boys in Cambridge are still struggling today. That our black and brown boys are not second-class citizens. Our challenge to you today is to make sure that we prioritize our young men of color, our young women of color. They don't need another program. They need experiences like the experiences that I got at the Young People's Project when I went out to Chicago and LA, in the Delta. They need experiences to take them out and build that conscious self. So this is where we're at today. And take that as you will. And one more thing, just in case you forgot and you needed a reminder, that black lives still matter today, now, and always. Power to the people at last. It's a new hour.
Love you, bro. So thank you, Hector, for delivering the words that I wrote for you to say. So beautiful. So one thing about Bob is that young people are always at the center. So now we're going to bring up the girls of Imani, and they will come up and give us a great poetry performance written by Alice Walker for Bob. Thank you. Do it again now. Do it again.
Dear Bob Moses, before I went to Mississippi, I had heard you were there, but soon you left. The people became too used to following you, but you were wise enough not to want to be followed.
This is a poem written by Alice Walker for Bob Moses.
Dear Bob Moses, before I went to Mississippi, I had heard you were there, but soon you left, and your name was Moses. The people became too used to following you, but you were wise enough not to want to be followed.
But to want the people to create their own path by walking it. Leading ourselves, is, as you knew, is the only way for us to finally get somewhere. But oh, Bob Moses, you were, what teachings? You were kind enough?
And stubborn enough to leave behind. And so I learned to share what I learned from you. Forget martyrdom. Leave the fray before the people begin to argue over you. The world is filled with many vineyards
in which to labor. Look deeply in the valley in which your talent and spirit have found rest and energy. Flow with that as your offering, O our Moses, how you taught us a freedom of being far behind
the chaos and sadness of Mississippi. You blessed us by being without category, by being yourself, the endless mystery that all pioneers of spirit endlessly are. Rest in our gratitude, Alice.
Do it again, do it again. Join him. But no. So lastly, for my portion of this, I'm leaving y'all after this, but don't leave us. And I feel bad for y'all that it's not me. But Moki is great, so you'll be in great hands. The next person we want to bring up is somebody who worked with Bob over the years in the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And for those of you who don't know what that is Cortland Cox, who may not be here, which leaves me enough time to just go on my own monologue, which I didn't write, but I'll just go ahead and do. No, yeah, I'm just playing. I will, yeah. So Moki, Richard Hardin, is a community stalwart here in Cambridge, a politician, a person who represents the Algebra Project, the Young People's Project, and the Moses family in so many stellar ways. So I want to bring up Moki, and as I leave, I want to again thank Bob for all that he's been for me, for my family, for my community, coming from the place that I come from, and being able to share a legacy with so many great people. I love you, Bob. I appreciate you. I thank you, Janet, Maisha, Malika, and the rest of the family, Omo and Taba. Thank y'all. And here you go, Moki.
Just a sabotage. Hey, good afternoon. Thank you all for coming. It was a wonderful day. Bob Moses to me, he's like Taba said or almost said earlier, he's the legend. He's a civil rights icon. He's the guy that did the work, but he was pops to us. It was great to be able to be a young person in the midst of Bob and Janet. I mean, when they came from Peabody Terrace and we met very early in our life, and Omo talked about this. It was Tico and Taco, it was Alex and Hector, it was Ariel and Nando, it was Hector and Alex, it was Moke and Fats, it was Taber and Omo. We had a bunch of young men who were very impressionable, and I'll throw my guy Big Cy in, but most of us, it was just Taber, myself, my family, and Sion, who had dads that were actually in attendance all the time. And so what I loved about Bob and Janet was that they had an open door, and oftentimes Bob, who was always, and I said this before, one of his strengths was his authenticity. He was always consistent. Bob would tell you, you got to organize, you got to do the work, and you got to hold people accountable. That was his thing, and he said that throughout my time with him as a young person. When I was elected official, he stood consistent, and, I love him for his commitment to us. We were all young boys, all thinking about what we ought to be, and what he put in us very early and instilled in us was that we could be whatever we wanted to be, and there was no boundary that we should accept because the system was rigged against us. So I want to just thank the Moses family, Maisha, Malika, Omo and Taba, my brothers, Janet, obviously. And I just want us to think about this for a second. I want us to give Janet a round of applause. Look, at the end, guys will be guys. Janet said, when I flew to Florida after Bob had passed, and she said, Mo, Bob did it Bob's way. He said, we're just sitting around and we're in Bob's world. But I just appreciated the way that, as a loving wife, she supported him as a matriarch of the family. And I just want to make sure that we recognize our strong women for what they are. And she was the rock, and she stood by him. So I want to recognize Janet, even though she's not here. right physically, she's across the street. I also just want to say, for me, this was very personal. You know, Taba called me one day and said, you know, bro, he's dying. And I was like, well, what you mean? He was like, well, call now if you want to say bye. And I didn't know what to do. I was coming out the gym. You know, I'm trying to be in the gym, but, I mean, don't look like it. But, and, you know, I got to talk to him. We was playing soft music, and I just got to just thank him for being him. But when I knew he was going to pass, it's funny. It was myself, Omo, and Sandy Gilmore. We were at 1369 Coffee Shop. And as Janet said earlier, the kids used to come once a week. Everyone would kind of rotate. And I said, T, what you doing? He's like, yo, you know, Pops, I got to cook for Pops. I'm like, well, what's he going to eat? He goes, yo, man, do you know what he said to me? I was like, what? He was like, he wants a pork chop and a beer. It wasn't the bear I was worried about. As long as I knew Bob Moses, I don't even think he ate meat. So when he said the pork chop, I was like, yo, T, you know what time it is. And he was like, Mo, he's ready to go. And so, you know, at the end of the day, I would have him live for another 1,000 years. But I'm glad that the family was able to support him in his transition. And I think that what I'm most happy about is that they're understanding and happy that he's in a better place. And so I just want to make sure that we understand the giant that we've lost. And so when people say, you know, we got to keep the work going, I mean, that's all Bob would ask. Just keep working. You know, if you see an injustice, make sure you address it, and you are not shy about, you know, speaking truth to power, and that power turning that into action. And so I just want to thank the Moses family for being a part of me. My other official job is to acknowledge some elected officials and other folks. So I want to make sure that, and first I want to bring up Mayor Sumbo Siddiqui and the Reverend. Come over here, Reverend. It's my guy, Art, from Ayanna Presley's office. Ayanna couldn't be with us. Our sister Ayanna, she has a friend who is in great need, but she has talked to the family, and she would have been here. And she also did a resolution on the House of Representatives. So I want to acknowledge former Mayor and City Councilor Denise Simmons. You can clap. This is the clap time. Representative Mike Conley was here earlier. Representative Liz Miranda was here as well. We have our good friend, Quentin Zondervan. Quentin Zondervan's a good friend of ours. He's been working hard beyond the city, as well as Mark McGovern, former Mayor Mark McGovern. I know he was here. School committee member Aisha Wilson, and school committee member Fred Fantini. Former Mayor Ken Reeves, a good friend of the Moses family, sends his regards. He's in Detroit visiting his brother who's ailing. He sends his regards. Former Mayor Kenneth Reeves, as well as Paul Paravano from MIT, who's actually going to speak a little later with an exciting new endeavor that's happened in MIT. School committee member Fred Fantini. I think he was here earlier. He may have left. And then I just want to acknowledge, I already said Aisha Wilson. Hey, listen, if you want to get up here, you run the place. I mean, there's plenty of opportunity, plenty of mics, I'm sure. No, but I said Aisha Wilson. Our good friend, let's do it again. Aisha Wilson, candidate running for school committee, secretary of the NAACP and You want me to endorse her now, Mike, or you just want me to talk about it? And I just want to mention two other people. You know, to throw your hat in the ring in elective office is not easy, whether you win or lose. And so I want to acknowledge Andrea Campbell, who was here earlier. She was here. And then also a good friend of ours, the Moses family, John Barrows. John is a gentleman, a scholar. He's one of the good individuals that we know amongst us. So, and then lastly, and I saw her earlier, I don't know, former Mayor Henrietta Davis was here. I don't know if she's still here. Henrietta, are you here? So we're going to ask Mayor Siddiqui to come up, followed by Rep. Gordon with resolution. So you want to go first, Mayor? Okay. You can represent.
So I don't have a resolution, but I have the
Okay. Okay. The mayor's going to do what the mayor wants to do. That's what mayors do.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be here today alongside my colleagues in elected office. I'm so grateful that we were able to gather in person to celebrate Bob Moses' profound impact on this country and in our community. He'll always be remembered as a civil rights hero, a husband, a father, an educator, a movement builder, a visionary, and so much more. Similar to Hector, I also remember at the Longfellow School getting introduced to the Algebra Project. His impact is impossible to measure. Through teaching and organizing, he touched countless lives and inspired generations of activists and scholars to push for a more just society. You don't have to look far in Cambridge or anywhere in this country to see the impact of his work. When we think about his legacy, we think about his time as an organizer, spending weeks, months, doing that hard work of getting people involved to make a change. We think about his work to increase the voter turnout, fighting against this racist system that continues to exist. I think about how throughout it all, he never did it for the accolades or the recognition. Movement building was the heart of his work, and he knew that the most important part of the movement is to sustain its energy with the next generation of organizers and thinkers, ensuring the pursuit of justice does not falter with time. We're so lucky in Cambridge to see that up close and to learn the ways of one of the greatest organizers ever in this country. Now, as we've heard today from all our speakers, we collectively carry that torch and bear the responsibility of carrying his work forward. Cambridge is forever indebted to Dr. Robert Moses and his family and his lifelong equality for his fight for equality. His legacy will live on in our city and across this country, and it is up to all of us to continue the necessary and difficult work of pursuing justice. So thank you so much for having all of us here, and we have a lot of work to do to honor him and continue his legacy. Thank you.
So thank you, Mayor Siddiqui. We're going to bring up Art Gordon, who's going to probably read a resolution that Representative Presley presented to the House of Representatives. But Art is here in place of Ayanna Presley.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is the Reverend Art Gordon, and I am here on behalf of our Congresswoman Ayanna Presley, who would love to be here, but she is in D.C. doing the people's work, fighting for a variety of different things. So what I would like to share with us this morning is a resolution that the Congresswoman was able to deliver on the House floor. It is a 1-minute speech, so I would like to read that for all of the family and friends and colleagues who are gathered here this afternoon. Mrs. Presley asked and was given permission to address the House for 1 minute. Mrs. Presley: Madam Speaker, I rise today to right a wrong. Shortly after his passing, there was an op-ed written about Bob Moses, which characterized him as the most important civil rights hero most Americans never heard of. And I painfully agree. Bob Moses has never been given the credit he deserved. Fortunately for us, his ego was small, but his impact was giant. Bob Moses was a relentless organizer and a seeker of justice and equitable access to the ballot box, as a SNCC organizer and a transformative educator, as the founder of the Algebra Project. He was a loving husband, father, and generous mentor. Much like his iconic overalls, Bob Moses was unassuming and resilient. Days before he transitioned, Moses was still fighting, this time for critical COVID relief funds to be used to finally reinvent the math classroom. He said the problem is not the willingness or ability of students to succeed, rather the systemic inequities teachers and students of color face. He once posed the question, what do you do when the country has a sickness? I can say the cure for our nation's sickness of systemic racism and inequality is to model that which Mr. Moses demonstrated throughout this life of his. May we honor him now in a way that matters most: change. Rest in power, Mr. Moses. Submitted on September the 20th, 2021, Congresswoman Ayanna Presley. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. So we're going to bring up a good family friend, who needs no introduction, at least if you're in the family. Marshall Milner is going to say a few words about his good friend.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I want to first of all thank Janet Moses and the children for asking Poppy and myself to talk about our experience with the Moses family over the 40 years. You've heard a lot about his work for the nation since he was a movement leader. I want to talk a little bit from a personal perspective as family members that were involved with the Moses family. There is an extensive tribe of families within Cambridge that have been intimately involved with the Moses over the 40 years. Those of you who are Cambridge residents understand how important family is within our city. So please bear with me as I mention some of these things. I had to take some notes. Janet and Bob, Poppy and I, and all of our 7 children worked and grew together in Cambridge with a supportive village of intimate friends, families linked by love and admiration. Bob and I are brothers from a different mother. We were husbands, fathers, activists in the city of Cambridge for more than 40 years. The two of us, along with friends, shared January birthdays and joined together to party for many years during those cold winter months. Yes, Bob did enjoy a party, and most especially a number of special songs. We also held an annual Kwanzaa gathering for over 40 years, sharing stories, honoring ancestors, and reflecting on the principles. As in many settings, Bob's quiet voice held the attention of all. In recent years, we especially enjoyed passing the mantle to the young folks in our community to plan and lead the celebration. Along with other men of color, we worked hard to be worthy with our Sisters of Heart to help raise the consciousness and social commitment of all the children to be active citizens for we the people. For we the people. On a personal level, Bob's impact on our sons went beyond the role of a caring godfather. He constantly challenged them and supported them as they grew into young men. Bob and I traded off being stubborn and kind around our various ideas and beliefs about how to best execute our selected and discovered roles. But he had that special quantity and quality that is rare in men, rare in leaders and role models. He knew how to say yes with love. He knew how to say no with love. And we never could say the no to him. Well, most of the time we could not say no. Bob and Janet started the Algebra Project at the King Open School in Cambridge with a circle of friends, family, and community members, where we said yes to Bob's vision and mission as to how to bring modern-day math literacy to the bottom quartile of America's disenfranchised and oppressed poor and children of color. In those early years, we met at kitchen tables and in living rooms in Cambridge to begin what would move from a single table at the back of a King Open classroom to become a movement to change how math was taught. Our young folks here today will remember the physical experiences on subway lines, conducting surveys in the community and neighborhoods, playing math games, singing along with Curtis Mayfield's Back to Living Again. Following those countless kitchen table meetings, we began to have strategic meetings with school department representatives to expand the project beyond the King Open classrooms. Ultimately, the work became a national effort with Bob as the lead, but as always, with comrades and young people at the forefront. Yes, the young people always at the forefront. One very special memory was when Bob called Poppy and me. As I recall, the call came from a window in their apartment on Putnam Ave here in our village to come to their kitchen table where he shared the news about the MacArthur Award. Opportunity indeed had knocked that day at his door. Over the years, I was honored to be a sounding board and participate in numerous strategy sessions and meetings. There are many people who cannot speak today at this celebration about their personal and intimate relationship with Bob, but I believe they would say Bob was always present with them, always quietly but firmly inspiring them to do more, always thoughtful, always on message. and always willing to contribute something for their hopes for the future. I'm almost done. I'd like to conclude by saying Bob was my friend. I will miss his deep clarity of purpose and the many ways in which he challenged our nation and all of us to do better. I will also miss his steady gaze and the sound of his laughter. Peace be with you, Bob.
This is a special request from Janet. We're going to bring Sean Fielder up, who's a tap dancer extraordinaire. I told him if he ain't ready, though, I can figure it out. But Sean, why don't you come up here?
Mother, mother, there's too many of you crying. Brother, 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 there's far too many of you dying. You know we've got to find a way to bring some loving here today. Yeah. Father, Father, we don't need to escalate. See, war is not the answer. know we've got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Oh, picket lines and picket signs. Don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me so you can see what's going on. What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? Right on, baby. Right on, baby. Right on, baby. Right on, right on. Mother, mother, everybody thinks we're wrong. Oh, but who are they to judge us? Simply cause our hair is long. Oh, you know we've got to find a way. Bring some understanding here today. Oh, picket lines and picket signs. Don't punish me with brutality. Come on, talk to me so you can see what's going on. Yeah, what's going on? Tell me what's going on. I'll tell you what's going on. Right on, baby. Right on. Right on. Right on, baby. Right on. Right on, baby. Come on. Right on. Right on. Right on. No sweat.
Thank you, my brother. I haven't seen tap dance in a long time, but I like it. I'll tell you that. Next, we have Amani Dale, who's going to come up with a dance piece. Amani, come up. Let's give her a round of applause early. Let's set her up early. Thank you, Imani. So we're going to bring up Omo. I know he was putting out a lot of fires. Oh, where you at? Oh, there he goes. This is my guy. This is like my brother. What I love about Omo is one thing that he has that's very in common with Bob is that he has a calm demeanor. Omo is you never see anybody more calm. And it's so funny because my other brother Taba, he's the fire. He's a let's go guy. I got to stop telling him, say let's go, because he always wants to go. But Omo takes things in. He thinks deeply. And I think that's one of the traits he got from his father. So Omo's going to introduce a few people who are going to come up. I want to bring, Mike, if you can grab Paul so we can just get him up here. Now, Paul Paravano from MIT. You're going to go up. I'm just going to let you take it. And then Gita, why don't you come up too? And then you're going to also do a hot 8. Yeah. So without further ado, Omo Moses.
How you doing? Thank you, everyone, for coming out and celebrating and remembering my dad. I'm going to be super quick. You know, my dad was about people. He wasn't concerned about status. You know, you could be the janitor, the president. It didn't matter. What he was interested in was you as a person. And when we were coming up, we learned about Ella Baker and AMZ Moore and doing our work in the spirit of Ella Baker and AMZ Moore. And now we want to continue that and do our work in the spirit of Bob Moses. And so I want to introduce 2 initiatives that we're beginning to continue this legacy. And when I think about doing the work in the spirit of Bob Moses, I think about who are the artists, the entrepreneurs, the organizations, the institutions whose work embodies how he approached his work. And then I think about all the conversations that he's had, all the knowledge he's built and created, and how do we continue to be in conversation with him and be in conversations with the conversations he started. And so I see that as continuing the work. And just as we're all here together from New Orleans, from Mississippi, from all over the country, he was about networking. He was about bringing people together and figuring out how to move this country forward. And so I'm going to invite Paul Paravano, who's been a supporter of the work, to speak a little bit about what they're doing, and then Gita, who's the president of the Cambridge Community Foundation, to talk a little bit about what we're up to.
Great, thank you, Omo. Omo, I'm honored to speak after you. Thank you for all that you and your family have contributed to make this day so fantastic and such a great celebration of your dad's life. You know, one name you've heard a little bit today is Curtis Mayfield. And I'm thinking about a song he did called People Get Ready, because there's a train a-coming. People know that song? Well, there is a train a-coming. I'm going to talk a little bit about it. But before I do that, we've got a great snapshot today of all that Bob Moses gave us, gave to his children, gave to his family, gave to people he knew, gave to people he didn't know. And the reminder that our country is not perfect and that we have stolen the basic rights and the opportunity to vote and become informed and become educated from such a huge segment of our population. This is a frightening thing, but Bob has helped us in his own quiet and powerful way from his days in Mississippi in the 1960s throughout his amazing career here in Cambridge and well beyond, and all the places that the Algebra Project has touched. All of us are so proud to know the Moses family and to live with the legacy that he has given us. So today we've learned so much of what he's done and what he's given us. I want to spend just a minute on what we need to do to keep it going. Ain't no stopping us now. There's another song I want you to think about, because we have so much to do. And Janet has asked me to announce here today the beginnings of a Bob Moses speaker series. And yes, go ahead, let's hear a little bit of reaction to that. And you know what? This isn't just a speaker series, because when you think of a speaker series, you think about a lecture. You go in, you hear a lecture, and then you leave. Oh, no, baby, that's not what this is. The first day, and I want you to write this down on your arm or your phone or somewhere, is January 21, 2022, which is 2 days before Bob Moses, what will be his 87th birthday. It'll be held at MIT at the Media Lab. You'll be hearing a lot more about it, so don't worry about the details except for the date. I want you to know the date. And we have gathered a group of people to talk about what this is going to be, and it's a real effort to light the fire to keep Bob Moses' dream alive, and to make sure that we all commit ourselves on a regular basis, not just on January 21st, but time after time. We have to remind each other, we have to remind elected officials, we have to remind civic leaders that we won't stand for the elimination of educational opportunity, whether it's in math or no matter what it's in. We are not going to let that happen for black children in our country. We're not going to let people misinterpret the Constitution for what they think it says, and we want to make sure that rights for black people when it comes to voting, when it comes to being informed and educated, are maintained, strengthened, and actually exist, because in many places they don't. So, I'm delighted to be part of this celebration of life. Again, thank you to the family. Remember that we are starting this speaker series, which will be inspirational talks and workshops and discussions to push forward, not just in Cambridge, but hopefully in other parts of the country on a quarterly, certainly an annual basis, to make sure that we talk about Bob, we remember Bob, and we tell each other that we have to commit to making sure that the lessons he taught us are instilled in our leadership and in us, so that we can push forward and bring about real change, and we haven't seen enough of that. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you, Omo.
What a person, what a life, and what a celebration. You know, as I sat this morning listening to the memorial service, there were many adjectives that described Bob. And the one thing that just kept coming back to my mind again and again was the word love. A person who loved deeply, who loved humanity, who had the passion and the compassion, who had the fight and the fire for justice and equity. How can we not let that work continue? But, you know, to make that work continue, we need to support people who are fighting to do that work. They are the artists, the thinkers, the writers, the dancers, the musicians, the thought leaders, the students, the teachers, so many people. And to do that, we need resources. So I cannot tell you how grateful and how honored I felt when the Moses family decided that they were going to set up the Bob Moses Fund at the Cambridge Community Foundation, his home, his foundation, his community. So yes. And the idea of the fund is to support people, to support movements, and to support the institutions and organizations so that we can really create the kind of infrastructure that we need for the change that is needed. This change is huge, the need is huge, and we're going to have to raise a huge amount of money. So anyone you know, anyone who's interested, and I was talking to Omo the other day and I was saying, you know, this is one of those funds that I would want to see people vote with their feet, you know. $5 if you can support that, if that's what you can afford, $5 million if you can do that, because we are going to need to raise that kind of money. We are going to raise millions to be able to support the kind of work that's going to happen, not just in Cambridge, but across the country. And I just want to end by saying, we are all mourning Bob's loss, even as we celebrate his life. But sometimes out of loss comes great strength and great power. And I hope that this fund will be that power that will support people to do the work, to make Bob's legacy live on, to meet the promise of his dreams. So thank you all very much. If anyone wants to make a contribution, you can send a check to the Bob Moses Fund at the Cambridge Community Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to help Paul off?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And so I wanted to invite the people to the stage, the Black Men of Labor and the Hot Eight, if y'all can come up. And so, you know, they carried us through the day, and these are the folks that my dad would organize with in a different time and place. And so they're not just dancers, you know, they're not here to entertain us. They're not just musicians, they're people. And they have a rich legacy and story and a history. And so the first person that I'd like to speak to introduce the Black Men of Labor is Fred Johnson. And Fred and I go back from before I was born in Mississippi. So Uncle Rudy, Jerome Smith, my mom and dad, they were all in Mississippi together. And Jerome and Rudy, you know, raised Fred. And the spirit of the movement, that's how that spirit got into Fred, you know. And, you know, I've been able to connect with him after Katrina. And, you know, we've been brothers. And so this goes way back. And so the Hot Eight, I want to say it's an emotional week. You know, they lost their leader, Big Benny Pete, who, you know, I've had a relationship with, but they've had a much longer relationship with. And he's their brother. And they came out here to help us bring my dad home. And we're going to go to New Orleans next week to send Benny home. And so, Fred, if you want to talk a little bit, and then Big Al, you know, y'all can do your thing.
Thank you, Omo. And to the Moses family, of course, you know, Miss Janet and all the siblings, you all have our condolences. And what we always say is that to whom much is given, much is required. Simply put, we thank God for the time that God gave us Bob Moses, and we thank God for the time that God took him away. In the old Negro spiritual, he didn't lay his burden down. He don't have no more sickness and no more sorrow. It's those of us who are left here to follow in his footsteps to make a better day. We're up against a very antagonistic society, and racism is embedded in every system that we can think of, so the fight never ends. So in the honor of Bob Moses, we love him, we thank him, and we thank God Almighty for allowing us to have the opportunity for him to educate us and turn the light on so that we can see which way to go. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. First of all, thanks, Omo, for having us up here. I talked to him and Taba earlier and just expressed how much love and respect we have, and all of the people that are here that's coming to show the respect and support. I wish we could be here more often. I wish we could have these moments without this being the topic, but seeing all of the brothers, Derek, Hector, man, Albert, I met all of these guys through Omo back after Katrina when they were just going around trying to help people, and they put together the whole Finding Our Folks tour, and we were just so gracious at that point just for somebody to be helping, because at that point it felt like there was no assistance from the government or anything, and these guys stepped in and played a major role. So that's how we met them, and through them we got a chance to meet Dad, and we got a chance to meet Mom, and it's like they treat us like family. So that's why we're even here. And it is degree of difficulty because we're still mourning, we're still grieving, but our brothers are as well. So that's why we had to come, had to show respect, had to share our culture with everybody here that was sure to show love and respect for Mr. Moses. And it was our honor and pleasure to hit the streets and bring them out New Orleans style. And we appreciate everybody here for supporting the family and being here for them, because seeing you all actually is strength. It actually is courage. It's all of the above, because when the family's alone, looking at pictures and having conversations, it's still hard, it's still emotional times, and we really appreciate seeing every one of you here for support, because this is a time where it's really needed. And from us, Hot 8 Brass Band, man, we really appreciate you having us here, and there's nothing but love from us. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the Moses family. Moms, we love y'all. Thank you. So yeah, we'll try to be frequent here, man. Like we got to try to make this one our second home, man. We got family here, so we want to be like that. We want to be frequent here. So I mean, if y'all cool with it, we want to share a little more love and spread a little more love with some music, if that's all right with y'all. What you got for me, Drew? Black Men of Labor, man. Thank y'all. Appreciate everything. Now, y'all can still show some of that footwork. Now, y'all don't have, you know.
Mic check, mic check.
It was definitely a celebration of his life. Not mourning his passing. Oh, no. We all go through the joys and pains of life. Oh, yeah. like sunshine and rain, joy and pain, like sunshine and rain, joy and pain, like sunshine and rain, joy, what else, and pain, like sunshine and rain, joy and pain, sunshine, what else, and rain. Everybody sing, joy and pain, sunshine and rain, and pain, sunshine, what else, and rain.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is how we do in New Orleans, y'all. We celebrate the life rather than mourn the death. We done did the morning already. Let's celebrate the life now. Let's go. Oh. Running away with me. Run, run, running, run, running, 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 running away with me. was just my imagination once again, running away with me. Whoa, it was just my imagination running away with me. Do it again. It was just my imagination once again, running away with me. Whoa, it was just my imagination running away with me. Do the running. What? Hey, it's running, 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 running away with me. Running, 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 running away with me. Get a walk, get a walk, get a walk. Say running, 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 running away with me. Yeah, yeah. I say running, 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 running away with me. Y'all help me sing it this time. I say it was just my imagination. Once again, doing what? Running away with me. Whoa, it was doing what? Running away with me. One last time, everybody say it was just my imagination. Once again, doing what? Running. Whoa, it was. Doing what? Running away with me. We got to do the other part, dog. Keep it in rhythm. Everybody say running, 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 running away with me. Everybody help me sing, sing. Running, 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 running away with me. 2 more times, y'all help me sing now. Running, 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 running away with me. Last time, then we out this thing, y'all. Running, 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 running away with me. That's family right there. That's what we do. That's how we do it. We appreciate the love. Whenever we can come back, we want to come back. Much love to Omo, to the old Moses family. Long live Dr. Bob Moses. We out of here. Thank you.
Give it up for the guys. Thank you, thank you. This is what happened when a global giant in civil rights, social justice, a great father, a great friend of Cambridge, a great citizen of the world passes on. This is what we do. Just a few acknowledgments before we close. One, I want to just introduce, or just, if she can wave, we want to thank from the family Zola, who helped to put this together. Great job, Zola. I don't know where you're at, but Zola she realizes when you get into it with family, it's different. This isn't like the regular client. And so, through all the frustrating moments, I think she pulled it off. So let's give her a round of applause. Once again, I want to just acknowledge she's in the house, the matriarch of the Moses family, Janet Moses. Janet, give him a wave. Give him a wave, Janet. I see you over there. But, it's her show now, and we're in good hands. And then also to my brothers and sisters, Malika, Taba, obviously, Maisha, Omo. You know how we get down, so we don't have to talk too much about it, but you are family, and we're going to keep this thing going. We're doing good things, and I know that Pops will inspire us to do better things. So, I love you, and we love you. Cambridge loves you. Before we leave, I just want everybody, and thank really quick, Mike Monestein. Let's keep it real. Mike Monestein, he gets it done. Mike Monestein is going to be leaving the bid. I'm not happy about that. I'm still trying to stop it. But if I don't stop it, he's going to be gone soon. Mike gets it done. He's one of those guys that he doesn't talk it, he does it. And so let's give Mike Monestein a round of applause, and all of the other support staff that have been helpful. Shout out to Zaz Catering, La Fabrica Restaurant. I'm not sure who else put in, but everybody. Who else? Coast Cafe, oh my God, that's my cousin. Yeah, Coast Cafe. Shout out to them. Tell us the hours, Tony. We're going to spend some money with you. Oh, Aisha James, the fam. Yeah, Aisha James for decorating the Christian Life Center. I didn't get to get in there, but I know we met with her. Aisha James, yeah, that's the fam. Send her some business. All great people that had to pull this together. You know, this is an event. Some people, you know, die. It's just a funeral. My grandfather died. It was 91 minutes. We were out of there. This is a big deal. So, and I love him too. So I'm just saying that things are different. So before we leave, I just want us to all, everybody, New Orleans, Cambridge, all over the world, let's put our hands up. I just want us to read. This is something that I've been going by for a while. It's by author unknown, but you all ready? Here we go. So I want you to repeat after me. When we lose someone we love, we must learn to not live without them, but to live with the love they left behind. Rest in power, Pops. And by the way, there's some food over in lot, I don't know the lot, but there's plenty of food. Lot 4, if you just go up about 500 feet, 400 feet, Coast Cafe, Zaz, it's the whole thing. Please get something to eat. Thank you. This concludes the program.